Hello! Welcome back, everyone, to D6, where I, Arshian, bring together several friends from across the internet to play on a TTRPG show. I'm not wearing my glasses.
You're not wearing your glasses.
You should probably go get your glasses.
Preferably, yes. So that way I can see what it is I have announcements for.
10 points from Griffin Puff.
I just realized, I'm like, hold on, I can't see for dick. Alright, so, first and foremost, before we get on into today's show, we have a couple of announcements. Let's see. First and foremost, with our schedule back on track, our episodes are released over on Patreon at 9 a.m. Pacific Time, 12 p.m. Eastern Time on Sundays, as per our usual schedule, which also means that our episodes go live over on YouTube as well. If you want to catch any of our episodes a week ahead of time, please do go check out the Patreon down below. There will be a link. We also have a few homebrew content pieces that are available to our patrons as well, to those who want to test out some of the stuff that we've been kind of playing around with in order to work into a source book at some point. But with that kept in mind, just... your general support is welcome and also kind of necessary as we are going to be moving forward into making this a proper business very, very soon. With W-2s and employees. And all
Business, numbers. Is this working?
Yeah. The LLC will be up very, very soon, and who knows? We might be able to put a P.O. box somewhere where you guys can send us some cool things if you
a whole
so desire.
box?
A box.
Yeah. A box. A box. Yeah. But yes, that's going to be coming along very, very soon. Also, finally, with the release of this episode, being episode 20, I am now going to start doing a bit more of my full swing production into what our next campaign will be. Conversations will be had, and ideas are being tossed around already. But yes, with the release of this episode as well, we are going to be slowly introducing advanced 5th edition content from EM Publishing. I really do look forward, and these rules, as we will be discussing them later on in chat, will be applied. So if things start seeming a little bit more spicy or a bit more wonky, those would be the reasons why. So if you're all like, hey, that's not normal 5th edition content, you would be correct. It's advanced 5th edition content. I look forward to it, as I'm sure everyone does.
Why was that a threat?
I don't feel like that was.
The way you look back at us through the camera, as everyone should.
As I'm sure everyone does. I was kind of hoping it not to be a threat, but I suppose it is.
It looked like a threat.
And then also, aside from Patreon, we have our podcast episodes that are released every Saturday, 6 a.m. Eastern Time, or 6 a.m. Pacific Time, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. It's mainly for those who find that listening to the audio versions of our show to be a bit more, available. I will say, though, you guys kind of miss out on a few things if you don't watch the visual version, but hey, it is what it is.
There are some visual jokes going on here. And
Just a bit.
It's
like
funny.
a cowgirl shirt.
Matching cup.
Mm-hmm. So yeah,
Speaking
and for
of-
those, for those who do watch the audio or listen to the audio version, keep in mind that you can leave us comments, and I will read them, and I will pass them along to our wonderful players. So if you have any questions in the comments, leave them there, and we'll pass them along if we think that they are appropriate enough. Do keep that in mind. We like to stay respectful here. So yeah, if you guys are interested, by all means. And of course, last but not least, as Kendra was mentioning, GamerSups, our sponsor, who will be here until the next 3 episodes, including this one. Yeah, I like GamerSups. I sound like I had a gun to my head. But no, I like GamerSups.
Let's try that again. A little bit more natural.
Yes. So, to those of you who do not know, I've been on the keto diet for quite some time, and it's really hard to do that when, everything around you is super high sugary, high fructose corn syrup drinks, carbonated and delicious, and bad for you. So instead, I just moved to GamerSups. It is sugar-free. It has a good sweetener that I personally like. Also, it doesn't send me to the bathroom very quickly. Also, it just makes you drink a lot more water. At 40 cents a scoop, you can get yourself some GamerSups. I am currently drinking Jay Schlatt's titty milk tonight, as I have before. I just enjoy the vanilla blueberry flavor very, very much. And also, you guys can check out the special cups. This was I think this is a rare one because they don't make the bicycle bottles anymore. But yeah, if you want to check out some of the waifu cups as well, please, by all means. And if you want to get 10% off of your final order, and hopefully, I believe by the time this episode comes out, there will be free shipping with the use of my code. So, if you want to do that, by all means. So yeah, there's a link down below, or if you want to just use the code SHIENPAI, SHIEMPAI, 10% off of your order, or free shipping. Up to you. Alright. I believe that's everything in terms of announcements.
Pretty sure. Oh, if you guys hadn't noticed, we kind of don't have a Tara today. She had plans. No big.
Yeah. She announced it. She announced it last week, so I'm all like, she'll be back. She'll be back next week, and then we'll get to all that stuff. But for now,
we love you, Tara. Everything you need is in the notes.
For now. As a lot of you find yourselves within the Black Archives after a hard-fought battle to protect the city of Thalia, losing a companion in the fight, but also gaining intelligence, more allies, and just in general protecting as many people as possible. Here within the calm of the Black Archives, though, these towering shelves that coalesce to the center of this massive round table, these huge chairs, each kind of gleaming with a gem on the top of each and every one of them. One of which prominently with a sapphire gem that kind of just trickles down. In the calm of all this, as a pair of other doors begin to open. You see as in this procession the arrival of Fuchsia Fitzgerald, Rudius Thatch, Talion Metilius, and as well as Dagix Turner, or to Citra, Dagix Vithrin. In the excitement of their arrival, as each and every one of you coalesce with your loved ones.
Does Canis talk to his son?
Yes.
I don't know, does he?
I'm sorry, I had to do it.
At first, Nyx is suspicious of the sudden arrival of folks, seeing as several times in the past people have been brainwashed by Roya. They are hesitant.
Also, Dagix was last seen with the Queen in the Unseelie part, not with Fuchsia.
Exactly. And that's what Nyx is thinking as well.
As you see as all of them kind of just come to the table. Perfect timing. Alright.
Trying
Nyx,
to get
darling.
a glean for any gold in their eyes.
Nothing. This is the presentation of one of the most powerfulest bitches in the entirety of Erdseheimel.
She's bitches.
I am bitches.
I am bitches.
I am bitches. Sorry about the delay of trying to get everything back together. Unfortunately, we had a bit of a side stop dealing with this one, as she points towards Dagix. And you see his Dagix is just like a little at attention towards Canis, but also just like vying to get towards Citra, just like kind of slightly stepping a little closer and closer.
Yeah.
Canis
Yeah,
really
as-
Tell us and look at Citra. Just
Nyx is also like looking at Daggers with like a little bit of daggers in their eyes.
Right, they heard all that.
yeah.
Yeah, they heard the
I heard
the
that
tea.
Dagix has been fucking gossiping about Citra.
Yeah.
Other people.
Gossiper.
So in other words, you have Citra who looks a little bit happy to see him, and then these two right behind her just
Do I know who this person is?
Yes, you do.
He's one of the people
He's
who works
Works
for you.
I think.
Yeah.
He does.
Well, he works directly under the Queen, which leaves a question as to why he isn't here with her.
Yeah, Citra's
But
gonna
also,
look between...
you can see as Rudy just like immediately just like blows past everybody. Winry,
Yep. I figured that.
Shoves
as
everybody.
you witness Rudy, he's
Witness
changed
me.
a little bit. He has changed. First and foremost, his hair has definitely grown longer and more lush.
Oh my god, it's Fabio.
The the initial facial hair has become a little bit more cleaned up, and as well as the eyes just, it looks like they have been weathered by a journey to get back to you.
Well, no worries. Wenry is just open arms, bolting forward to meet him halfway.
And as he kind of just takes you in, you also notice that he has also gained a level of muscularity.
Ooh,
Look
you've
at
been
him
doing
leveling
stuff,
up.
huh? What you been working on, Rudy?
I've been fighting through a lot in order to make my way back to you. And I am now far, far happier and calm. Now that, as you see as he just like cups your face, you're safe. And just brings you right in.
No.
Aww.
Yep. She's more than happy to reciprocate. She's squeezing, holding tight, just not gonna let go. Nope.
It's coming from you, Connor.
Is it?
Yes,
echo's
I
coming
just
from
watched
you.
it.
Alright, hang on.
Might need to turn down your gain or something.
Yep, I'm on it. Continue.
Alright. As you see, as Fuchsia just looks down. Oh, so that's what that's all about. Good for you two. Good for you two.
Yeah, Winry will part at that point and just point at Nex. Go get her!
Nyx
As-
just completely face in chest. Doesn't matter if there's a chest plate there. Tonk.
Salazar will give a gentle push.
And you see as she kind of just closes the arms around. Ugh.
They are
Oh,
very
no,
tired.
I can definitely see the point of Rubia's thatch right now. As she's just like kind of,
Pet.
Nyx hugs.
yeah.
Hugs tightly.
Sorry I took forever to get back to you. As you
I've been
see
so
as...
crazy to contact you. I'm sorry that I couldn't do it more often.
You did what you had to do, darling. Now, since it seems like others are doing it, as you see as the finger just kind of just right under your chin. Don't delay.
Teehee.
Okay. We have a lot to talk about.
That we do. And
We shouldn't do this in front of the others right now. Despite me just wanting to go at you, I would be very boring at the moment. I'm very tired.
well, quite luckily, there are some personal rooms here, specifically for seat members like myself. So, as she just scoops you up.
Holds. Yes, good.
Hey, wait a minute. Weren't we supposed to meet Cotton in a bit?
I'm sure the runt will be here in due time. However, it's been too long for me. So,
I guess we'll know how to find you.
She just like whisks Nyx away.
Yep. Arms are wrapped around Fuchsia. Nyx does look back at Salazar for a moment and just like waves by Salazar.
He gives her a smile. Have fun.
And then does like the finger, like two fingers towards eyes towards Dagas, and then just
He doesn't even know who she is. He's like,
Bitch.
it's like I got my eye on you, fucker, but I'm leaving.
There's a moment of confusion as he just looks at like the table and some of the chairs and it's just like, I could really use a seat. And as he kind of just steps his way over to Citra and still acknowledging Canis in his periphery.
Mhm.
And as he looks at you, Citra, I'm sorry it took too long.
she just shakes her head and yanks him into a very tight hug.
And as you do, he just also returns that hug as tight as possible to the point that he's just like, even just like kind of holding like your head towards the shoulder, just there is this deep and heavy embrace.
Yeah, she's been through quite a bit, and even though off camera there have been a lot of talks, she is still just feeling it, so she just sits in that quiet, but she is doing her best to not sob, but she is crying a little bit.
And as Talion goes up to Canis, seems like everybody's been going at it lately.
we, above game right now, we met, like, was it last night or the night before was the talk?
It was a couple
You
of
met
nights
back
ago.
in Vale. Yeah. Or, not Vale, the Peak.
Vale.
Was it Vale?
No, you're right.
That was the Peak. It was afterwards.
Yeah.
Solman's.
Question, just so I'm aware of other characters, is Mirios with them or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I was like, wait, do I still have NPC powers right now?
Yes, you do.
Okay, thank you.
Seems to be the case. Have you been able to meet with your siblings in the time before?
I was able to stop by. However, their approach towards me was exactly as I think we both feared. There was something wrong with them.
Would Mirios know what he did? Or just knows what happened with, Benedictus?
She knows explicitly what happened with Benedictus. There is an implication that he might have done something with Eileen. Or Ellen.
Okay. Well, she knows obviously about aging him, but, like, what does she know specifically about, I guess, what happened to Benedictus and might be similar with the sister?
Vis-a-vis the charming?
Yeah.
Not just only charming, but also it seems like there is a modification of some sort. Something that bears down on their very soul. It's old magic. It's powerful old magic. One that was banned from Lumeria long ago. Practice magic like that is, in the modern age, forbidden.
Jeez. She'll let them talk first for now, because, like, she doesn't know them, and apparently it's very obvious they've been separated for a hot minute, so...
Yeah, a whole day and a half.
Well, you get what I mean.
I
She's
think
the
we got
odd
all
one
the
out right now.
Everyone having the emotional reunions, and we're just kind of doing the chit-chat catching up over the last couple days because we already had the emotional interaction.
Was it emotional? Sir?
Emotional enough.
For
Emotional
Canis,
enough for
yeah.
Canis, yeah.
Do you emote, sir?
No.
I think that's everybody.
Yeah.
Except for just
Salazar
Aor
just
and...
walks forward.
Where's he going?
He's going towards the Black Archives.
You're in the
The thing
Black
we're here to
Archives.
do.
You are in it.
He's exploring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Salazar, in a place like this is a very unique location. And the fact that there are no windows tells a few things, at least to your mind. You can tell just by nature, this is someplace underground. You can also tell that the air in here is naturally or unnaturally kept at a particular humidity and dryness in order to preserve many of these documents, scrolls, tomes, grimoires, boxes, and chests and items that have either rested inert or have yet to be rediscovered. As you go to approach one of the many shelves and you kind of just begin to look, you see some scrolls looking like probably records. As you go to pull off one of them, a level of detailed accounts that followed between the time of when Alois had given himself to the Adamantine Bastion, all the way to the point of when the commission that was designed to oversee Wallenstein, including the task force that involved Harleen, had dissolved. The account is so explicitly detailed as you're kind of just looking through the words and getting an understanding. It seems like this is very particular information, as well as information that had not been revealed at all. And then you put down the scroll and you begin to look at another one. War plans. Information. Stuff that people are not privy to. And then another scroll, you begin to find out hidden secrets beneath Ordovheim. The behaviors of certain royals from Viveris. The transition of power from years ago, and a particular scandal that involved some Yimnan socialites. The Black Archives has been collecting information, not just only of the modern age, but also information that people shouldn't normally have here. This is nothing like the Vault. This is nothing like the First Horde. This is stuff that can be just traded between nations. This is the business of the Black Archives. Information.
Salazar just keeps reading.
It is crazy, the muck of the world.
Salazar knows.
And what's even crazier is that some of these things aren't revealed. They're not made available to the public knowledge. The business here, or whatever the intent may be, the Black Archives, in a weird way, could have everyone's dirty little secret and chooses not to reveal them. Or may reveal it at a time in which they find appropriate. Sitting here, you would think that a king would have the power to rule a nation, and with enough people can rule a world. But they wouldn't have this power. This temple of knowledge that has been coalesced by ancient and great worms, forged together by your friend. For what purpose? Long term or short, it's hard to tell. But as far as information goes, you can tell that this is held away from the eyes of the world. And to some interest, Arya also sort of kind of just peek through and learn some things that she shouldn't, which I'll tell Tara about later.
Khan's just gonna come in with a spray bottle. Hey, put that back.
Winry would probably, she's hanging on to Rudy's hand, not letting go of him at this point, just kind of dragging him along. Just she walks up to Salazar, just like, what'd you find there, Salazar?
Old secrets, it seems.
Ooh, how old?
I couldn't tell you. This is everything Alois ever learned about the way the world works, about hidden secrets of the world. For what purpose I couldn't fathom. I knew the man for 30 years, and none of this surprises me.
Well, given how long Alois lived, it's no wonder this place is so big. And Winry's just gesturing to the grandness of the room. Even though she can't see over the shelf, she knows that there's a whole lot of information just on each of these.
You hear an old voice coming out from one of the long hallways. It wasn't just Alois. As the approach of a very dark-skinned, Celsian-looking woman whose hair kind of just flows down and just almost barely wearing any clothing for the most part, as most Celsians prefer to wear lighter clothing. But the eyes look like pure topaz. You can see as it is the arrival of Carmilla Cadium, as you recognize her, Salazar, as she was one of many, and Citra, as you see, she is very broadly built. Her voice sounds like it is that of a very aged woman, but she looks still in her 40s, early 40s.
Dragons.
Carmilla, why
Citra,
am I not surprised to see you here?
Citra just gives a small wave from where she's clinging to Daggers right now for, like, full support at this point.
I imagine Winry's head is just pinging.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The arrival of many individuals that are not usually us had alerted me to my presence being necessary. But it is good to see you again, Dr. Salazar. Are you enjoying your visit here within the Black Archives?
It has certainly been enlightening. Been reading up on some of the dirt.
As you say that, you hear another voice coming down from a hallway. Organized by yours truly, and to an annoyance. Many a sleepless night, too. As approaching is a kind of just thin, lanky, tall man.
Is it Iggy?
This is Iggydemus.
Iggy.
His hair is long and purple, and his eyes almost like amethyst. And he also looks very tired.
Tell me, remind me, was he the one at Baccarat that one time?
He met up with us. Yeah.
Yes.
So Winry would probably just give a little hi. I think I remember you. We met once.
Well, you, Winry, would know that these are essentially the Black Archive / the people Cotton grew up with.
But she wouldn't have had much of a chance to really know him, just probably recognizes his face.
Yeah.
Yes. You kind of just within the presence of some of the most prolific members of the Black Archives, as they kind of just have this somewhat powerful presence, ancient or great. And you, Canis, can definitely feel the immense pressure of these forces of nature.
Seacher's just muttering to Daggis, going, "You do know we're in a room full of dragons, right?"
I kind of somewhat detected that. I did not want to raise my voice to it.
It's okay. She's trying to distract from the emotions right now, so...
See, as Iggy just like, try not to put things out of place when you put them back. I don't feel like reorganizing everything again.
Library rules. Gotcha.
I'll just call in the whites and they will reorganize everything.
All right, the undead whites.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I had to think on that for a second.
They all came with us.
Actually,
Yeah.
I'd have to release the spell they're in right now. I will instead use the Magen.
It's he's just like, thanks, Salazar. Good man. I'm gonna go take a nap.
Always napping.
He's just like, even though like he looks like a very well dressed looking young man, he is just so tired.
Seacher would approach Carmilla though, and just kind of like, have you seen Celsium lately?
I have, darling. Unfortunately, there are matters that need to be addressed at a later point, but for now, you are safe here within the Black Archives.
It's not about me, it's just how bad is it?
You see, as she kind of just looks towards the sapphire chair, almost as if she was expecting some kind of permission, but shakes out of it.
Habit?
An old one. It is probably as bad as one would imagine. And
Yeah.
it is just as bad everywhere else.
The Sultan is safe with my mother, if that helps.
That is actually information I was not immediately privy to at the moment. Till now. As she kind of just lightly touches your shoulder. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. If you
With
need
such-
anything else, I'll tell you later, I guess.
Of course.
And she'll look over at Dagex, just like, a lot's happened.
It sounds like you two might need a personal space. You may take my quarters,
Thank you. It's good to see you again.
as it is you. Oh, also, as she goes and pulls from the air a letter
No! No!
from an old friend. An old
Okay.
drow hunting friend.
She's, like, excited for a second. Like, the actual, like, happiness that's usual with Teacher seems to seep back into her a little bit. I thought you meant the other letter. I'm staring at it. It sits on my desk, staring at me menacingly. Okay.
Not that one.
She'd be happy to open it just to see how she's doing.
She is doing okay. She
That's
keeps in
relief.
contact with Carmilla mainly for missions and whatnot, but she's been wanting to reach back out.
Yeah.
Maybe make their way to Zanzibar if the time is made available to her.
Yeah. I would write back, but I don't really have anything, but I'd be happy to see her again. I'm glad she's okay.
I will pass the notion on.
Thank you.
As she steps aside, allowing you and Dagex to have the personal space of her quarters. As the eyes lock towards you, Canis.
You're in trouble.
Yes.
You are quite different from my expectations.
In what way?
I was expecting you to be bigger. But covered in adamantine like scales. Yes, you are certainly the son of your father.
As I've been told on occasion, yes.
My kind are not prone to giving him praise like the others. But I can see that there is something about you. Something... Something that tells me that destiny guides you to his palace.
I would say very much the same thing with recent history.
Upon the arrival of the daughter of Alois, I can assure you that she will provide you with a measure of information that you might find uniquely privy. Do try and spend whatever unique amount of time you have on this plane of existence while you can.
Thank you for the advice.
As you see, as she just meanders into the halls. And as she does, Rudy, as he looks towards you, Winry. Alright.
Alright,
Looks like,
Miras would recognize Rudy too, wouldn't she? Oh no, he wasn't with them for that trip.
No.
No, I
No,
remember
he
that.
wasn't.
Yeah, he was
Not
with
yet.
the ship. I forgot.
It was after.
Or yeah, it was after. Yeah. God, it's been a while. Sorry, my bad.
You're fine.
As you see, as Rudy just like kind of just like keeping everyone else at the distance with the exception of Winry. Can I be like a little honest here?
Sure. What's wrong?
The Feywild was very violent. I did not expect it to be what it was. And I'm also going to be honest, I think I might have lost my patience a number of times.
Well, it's been very stressful. I don't blame you. Not at all. We've been lucky on our end to not face too terribly much, but it's still not fun. You want to talk about it, or?
Oh, very much.
Okay.
I think I pissed off the Fae Queen.
You what?
I yelled at her.
Oh,
I-
Rudy. Oh dear.
I don't know. Well, she was being very rude. Like, I made the case why we needed to come back, and I told her a bit of my tale. I told her the reason why I wanted to get back was to get back to you, and it seemed like she was just really just not about it. And I am slow to anger. You know this. Like,
Oh, getting you angry is like getting the whole sea to boil. Very hard.
yeah. And yet, she still did it. And I felt really weird about that. Like, it's almost as if she pried something out of me. I haven't been able to shake it off since.
Do you have any inclination what? Or was it just a feeling?
It was almost as if she was... As if, like, I was a puzzle. And she was just plucking pieces off of it.
Hmm.
And so I
No.
said some very rude things. Rude things I am either ashamed or don't ever want to repeat.
Ugh. Well, on one hand, it was her domain. She can do as she pleases there, but yeah, I completely understand your side. I've been fighting all sorts of trouble to try to get back to Erzheimel, because that was the last place I saw you. I didn't know where else to find you, so... But it's... Rudy, this is much bigger than just me finding you, Nex finding Fuchsia, yada yada yada. It's a lot about gods and realms and everything, and it's so overwhelming for everybody. Everyone is stressed in some way or another. I don't know the exact details of the Feywild, but it's a mess, to put everything short. At least now that we're back together, we can put our heads together and figure things out.
That's what I'm hoping for. Maybe a little bit more. I guess non-Fae fuckery?
Hmm. And
But-
if you're really feeling it, I'm pretty sure somehow, maybe, you can write down an apology letter and get it to her, and maybe not be in so bad graces next time.
I'm gonna be honest. I think I never want to go back to the Fae realm ever again. I
We'll
prefer the
send
sea.
it through the post then.
yeah. I'm sure. Yeah. No. I think I want to go back to the sea. I miss sailing with you.
Oh, tell me about it. But we've had to keep running around and around and around. Role's with the ship right now, but
Is it safe to do that, or?
Rudy, he's been solo with the ship for the past however long. Time's been weird for me. It's been apparently 3 months here.
Mirios is trying not to laugh at that comment.
Yeah, fuck off, Rudy. All right. Well, you know what? It's fine.
Miro's just leave a comment going, he's more
Here
than
on-
capable of handling the ship.
Yeah, it just from here on, smooth sailing, Rudy.
Oh, and
That's-
I know that as soon as we get back to the ship, the cabin is all set. Just lay down and sleep. I know that's what everyone needs at this point. Just rest.
Yeah.
For right now, she squeezes his hand tight. Let's just stay together. You stay by me. We'll get back to the ship. And you and Hornsby can reconnect, because I'm sure he misses you.
I do miss Hornsby.
Oh, he was happy to see us again.
See his hand also kind of just on top of yours as well. If I haven't said it recently, but I hope I get to say it again every moment that passed that I never got to. I love you, Winry.
Stop! You're gonna make me cry in front of all these dragons.
Well, I don't think there's any more dragons in the room currently. I think it's just Salazar, Mirios, Aor, and Sov.
Sav and Aor are currently in a somewhat staring match.
Mirios, I think all three of them are. It's just a weird,
Yeah.
awkward situation between the three of them.
As the scene moves towards Daggix and Citra, as they find themselves kind of in this glorious but very yellow room.
She's just not surprised by it, honestly. Knowing
It
what
is.
she is.
It is covered in topaz jewels, tapestries, very also Acelsian. And there is just this large, beautiful painting of a man.
Hey,
Just
no one judges here.
yeah, just some random human with these glorious green eyes, dark skin, upon the back of this mighty horse. And Daggix is Daggix is kind of just like, what?
It's her room. Don't judge.
It's taking up the entire wall.
It's her room.
I feel it staring at me.
Then don't look at it.
He's just like slightly averting his eyes. Oh. Okay, so I'll start. I made a deal under the pretense that the queen is safe, which I'll have to report back to Canis later, but
I was gonna ask about that. Arthur told me you were with the Queen in the Unseelie Court.
I was. We were treated like genuine guests. We weren't harmed, we were not attacked, just watched. It felt like there was always some kind of eye over my shoulder. I couldn't sleep most nights. But the Queen approached me with something of a particular question and offer. Told me that there was a way to get back to the prime material plane only if I agreed to do something for her.
Which is?
She wants something from the Vithroom Vault. a particular piece of information that my mother had, and now that she's not here to guard it, it's left to me.
So now you're torn between keeping a deal and betraying your mother.
Citra, the gods are gone. That includes my mother. To hell with whatever it is she was trying to protect. I needed to come back to you. Helena has been made very clear of my dissatisfaction with her not quickening the process.
Is she okay?
She's learning something that she won't tell me about. Or at least until she's ready to tell anyone about. She is safe.
Okay. That's some good news. She just kind of... She seems very tired, but in a... Not as in a physical way, but just emotionally. Like, the spoons are gone kind of deal. She just shakes her head. I'm sorry, I'm not quite myself these days either. But I am glad to see you're alive and here.
What
I don't
happened?
blame you for being separated. That was out of our hands.
You see as he looks into your eyes, just this odd insight that he has of you. You see as his hand kind of just reaches up as the thumb kind of just like rubs under the eye.
Where to begin? I guess with the information you heard me speaking to Camilla outside, Roya is on a rampage, and he's already gone after a Celsium. I learned from Arya that my dad is dead. He fell doing what he should do, and the Sultan and my mother were able to get away. I learned this about 5 days ago. And then, just yesterday, we were in the Thalia Cliffs, meeting up with Leodon and Dante and Airlist. And she flinches even mentioning her name. And, we had to defend the cliffs against 3 Umbrians. And it was me, Arya, Airlist, Leodon, and Dante. We got trapped in a domain of an endless god named Greasewine. He's the one that killed my dad. And he took Airlist with him yesterday.
You can see that there is an effort, especially on Dagix's part, to hold back his own tears. But also, he actively is doing everything he can to put himself beside.
Yeah.
Is
If it
just-
wasn't for the talks that she's had with Leodon and Salazar and Nyx the night before, she wouldn't be able to really have this conversation. I am. You know me. I am not someone who actively seeks out violence. But I did actively try to kill that man. I've never felt that before. Okay, maybe a little bit when Grin took you, but still. I'm still processing all of that. Even before that, we were in Vale. And we were accosted by Canis's kids, who are apparently under Roya's control right now. Benedictus was an ancient red dragon. That was fun. But we managed to get Bolaro out of it. And with Salazar's help, we managed to capture them both. But, there's a reason why I'm a little hesitant, and I want to hear this from you. When we caught... It's... What's her name again? I'm so sorry, the daughter's name.
Ellen.
Ellen, thank you. Sorry, a lot of names to remember. We caught Ellen, and, she's still her, but a lot of things were being said out of anger. And she let me know, in many ways, that she thinks I'm a coward, but she said that you talked to her about my night terrors.
I see. The gods, where do I start?
Seems to be the vibe for these past couple months.
Well, there's not much that I can do about all the other actions, but at least this I can explain. Shortly after I started having night terrors, I tried to seek wisdom. Every time I returned to the Adamantine Bastion, I would try and go through the libraries, learn, read, try and figure out how to help you. I was broken up by how I didn't know how to help in a way that mattered more than just being there. I understand being there is important. It is an anchor. It is someone there. And waking with you, holding on to me as tight as possible, never bothered me. I just knew that you were scared of something in the dark. And that the times I would report back to the Adamantine Bastion, conversations would lead away from officiality to personal concerns, They didn't want me to be worried either. A relationship is new to me, so I asked for advice from one of the most powerful people in the world who had been building a relationship with another powerful force within this world, thinking that their wisdom could guide me. I was scared because if I didn't know how to help you, then I feel like I would have lost you. Not in separation, but in fear.
She'd shake her head. She remembers what Sov was telling her, and it just kind of rang true with what he was saying. She just shakes her head. It's just... I get it. Though, I would have liked to know that you did that next time, so I'm not caught unawares. I
would have hoped that she would have never said it. I told her in confidence.
She just kind of like brings her hands up and holds his face in her hands like, it's okay. I don't think she ever meant to tell me that. She's not herself right now. It was just a little shocking to hear with the influence she was under. You wouldn't have lost me. I'm glued to you, whether you like it or not. But I do appreciate you trying to help me. But remember what I tell you, you can talk to me.
I know. That's how
Sorry, go ahead.
That's how I came to my conclusion. A routine, being there, just talking, helping, not being a crutch, but being a support.
You grounded me.
What I was more worried about being stuck away from you was relapse.
That surprisingly hasn't happened. But I guess given the life or death kind of situations every day kind of keeps you busy. No more secrets. I had to yell at Azure about this.
I know.
Just pulls him in for another hug again. She's still trying to accept the fact that he actually is here. And she's not losing her mind.
And it's just warm.
Mm-hmm. Right. Some other things are happening. Long story short, we're kind of becoming gods.
The look of confusion and as well as the
She'll be like,
oh, that's a
hold on.
different conversation.
Yeah, she'll pause.
With that,
Okay.
the scene switches over.
Sorry, I had to have it that way. It's Citra.
Nyx and Fuchsia as what was a very rigorous hour.
Weren't we here for something specific that wasn't this?
Yeah.
Fuchsia really wanted it.
Who is she to deny Fuchsia?
Yeah.
And
As
honestly, I don't think Shusha would take no for an answer anyway.
Oh, nah. They're respectful, but
They are.
yeah,
Nyx is
Happy.
Nyx.
Mix and mix.
here within this beautiful room, also just the tapestries of pinks and reds and fuchsias just everywhere. And then, of course, there are various assortments that lean into you. It's just these small hand paintings, the few pieces of long tapestry that look like the starry night sky, as well as just this faint purple that just like kind of covers the foot of the bed of this this kind of fabric. Just little things that detail her fascination and love for her.
It does make
For
me
Nyx.
feel a little special.
As you see, just bundled up in the large, beautiful red blankets, as kind of just embracing, as she kind of just holds Nick's head close to her very voluptuous chest.
Mm.
I'm never going back to the Feywild ever again.
Not by choice.
Twice, not by choice. Why is it every time? It's always the Fey realm. I never understand why people think it's either safe or nice or just...
It's the fantasies that are weaved in bard stories, and it's more whimsical to say that it's a beautiful place and there's good things there, rather than the reality of a bunch of tricksters living in the same place and all scheming to stab each other in the back one way or another.
Oh, definitely that. And here I thought that at least the Seelie would have been a bit more reasonable, but all they ever wanted to do was make a deal or try and just get something out of you without having to pay a price. Had they acknowledged the fact that I am who I am, we probably would have been obliterated within her court without a moment's notice.
Mm.
But alas, my presence there really made it far too frustrating to think about. And also, this puts me back a lot of work. A lot of work that I don't look forward to dealing with.
Are you caught up with everything that's been happening in the world?
Well, not everything, but most. Quite luckily, I had a bit of help from Iggy, our beloved record keeper, who just loves it when you just ask him 1.5 million questions.
Hmm.
But I am just glad that you're here, and we are safe for now.
I'm glad you're okay.
I could certainly do a lot better.
Same. I've just been very strung. Day one, when we got here, we had to discover that the world tree here is dying. We're out of energy. The Tarask is growing next to it. And then after that, we had to run to Vale, and then we got attacked and ambushed by Canis's fuck-off kids. And Belle was brainwashed, and I was very fucking disappointed in him being fucking brainwashed. Like, goddamn. Get your shit together.
Well, I'll be a little honest, Nix. Those with power of very powerful enchantments can overcome even the greatest of kings. I know I have.
I mean, yeah. But he's also dicking Canis's daughter, so...
Did I tell anyone that?
Easy now! That was actually information I was not privy to.
Yeah. Well.
Oh my... Oh.
I mean, I've known for a while, I just haven't told you yet.
You bitch.
Nick shrugs.
You kept
We've had
hot
other discussions to
gossip
talk
out of-
about.
You kept hot gossip away from me? That's like all the things I like.
Well, we ended up talking about other things, and then got distracted, obviously, when we talk about other things.
Amongst the noise complaints, of course.
Yeah, well, hopefully these are soundproof enough, though not that they can stop us, but...
Oh, no one can hear us in here, I have to show you that.
Ah, good. Very good. I don't know if I should talk about any other drab stuff while I'm laying here. Pillow talk is supposed to be more charming, but I'm not sure.
Amongst everything that is going on, it does not need to be charming. It just needs to be you.
Well, I told you that hot gossip. Canis knows now. But that boy's an idiot.
As most young men are.
Yeah. Trying to sneak about and then expect, like, nothing to happen in the result, and something actually did happen, and now it's going to cause everyone's problems. Even more problems.
More?
More.
How more?
Probably a few months till more.
Just Nyx is challenging her through insight. I love that.
You're going to have to explain more.
Well, yes. With human mortal anatomy, it usually takes a few months for children to be made.
Oh, I know that.
Nyx gives her a look.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, that's... Oh.
Yeah.
That's actually very concerning. Oh.
Exactly. But, again, months out, but that also prevents us from killing her unless we want Cage to get extra angry.
I would avoid that, yes.
Yeah. And Belle would get extra angry at me, and I would probably lose my leverage. Now that I know about that.
Also, Nyx, there's a look on Fuchsia's face. It's kind of taken her aback about something here. She's not saying it out loud, but you can tell she's thinking.
She's thinking of the Nephilim thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Nyx is like, kind of does like a slow nod. This is like, again, he's an idiot. So.
something to deal with as it arrives, I guess.
Yeah.
Amongst the other problems here within the Black Archives.
What's happening here?
You know how I've been busy with work and all that.
Yes.
It is because Alois is not here. All the information that he would sell or blackmail or try and divert forces and move kingdoms, that was all thanks to Alois. He was capable of taking wisdom and knowledge from places that we here within the Black Archives have always known but always questioned. He had the key to it all. And now it's gone. So things have slowed down dramatically. It's not like we don't have rainy day funds or anything like that, but it is an effort to try and maintain when you are losing one of your most valuable resources, information.
Well, would you think that for someone like himself to be so forthcoming with his intellect, and like this kind of has an eye roll, but it's just like trying to compose themselves to not get too sassy about it, that they would, I don't know, actually make precautions a little bit more than this.
Well, that's the thing. We know where the information comes from, it's just we can't get it anymore. Because he's not here.
I mean, wouldn't he have given that task to somebody else when he was passing? Again, having such foresight, you kind of need to plan who's going to be your successor. Or did they die?
It's a bit more complicated than that. All to be revealed, I'm sure. Alois has often planned very, very far ahead in my experience with him. So,
I guess they don't take the account of mortals very much when it comes to how long that may be, being a dragon and all.
Well, actually, this is going in a direction that I feel like would not be, I don't know, charming?
Gotcha. Apologies.
No, it's fine. My point is that things are complicated. And with all of you here, I think complicated is about to decrease. You will see.
Well, that's good. There is another I feel like I have a small complication, but I'm not sure.
The dreams?
Well, in the dream, the most recent dream, I was shunted out. Roya, I believe the Sandman, deity of sorts, was connecting me and Roya to the dream with one another. unwillingly. Well, the Sandman was doing it willingly. It was unwillingly for me and Roya. To make Roya go to sleep. To delay him, probably. I don't know why I was brought in there. But Roya discovered him in the dream, forced him out of the dream, and then shunted me out, saying that he no longer something I'm not entertaining anymore, or he's getting annoyed with me or something. Stopping his plans with his brother and stuff like that. Which I already knew he fucking hated his brother and wanted him to feel torture and all that stuff. That wasn't much to reveal, but it was still odd. And then I saw that lady, that Mirios person in the dream as well, in the same throne room. But I don't think they saw me.
That is interesting. Well, I don't know if you'll be able to go back there, or whether or not this endless god decides to continue to play whatever game he is playing. But there is that interest as to why.
I'm curious about why he picked me specifically. I have a few theories, but I don't have concrete evidence yet.
And keep up the investigation. You never know
If I get that dream.
Of course. You never know what you might be able to find, at least on the offhand, but thus is a conversation.
Yes. Another thing. For the past few... Let's see, we've been on this journey for about a few weeks, right?
It definitely feels like a few weeks, but given the, dimensional travel and how time is a rug.
Right. We've been gone for a few months, when we time travel, but the campaign, our character's campaign has been going on for a few weeks.
Yes.
Okay. In the past few weeks, basically, I want to talk about Salazar.
The doctor?
Yes.
What for?
How do I put this? We've been getting along very nicely. I trust him. I told you about us both getting our sparks and experiencing each other's past. Just the other day, or a few days ago, I started feeling something, and I don't know if I should allow those feelings. And I wanted to talk to you about it sooner.
I appreciate that you're at least telling me, especially as early on as you acknowledge those feelings. And I will admit, by nature I am a very selfish creature. I love it when things are mine.
And I am still yours.
You are the crown jewel of my hoard.
Nick smiles and blushes a little bit.
However, as you see, as kind of just the finger as it kind of just traces the body. I have an acute awareness of the differences of our lives. You intend to become a goddess, a god, an eternal being.
This kind of looks sad a little bit.
I will be long-lived. There is a truth I had to battle with myself in my times of isolation, away from you, away from this. I don't mind letting others acknowledge what it is I have. I don't mind them looking and touching. But as long as I breathe, they know that you are mine. And I am yours. If anyone on this star damages that, there is not a single force that will not stop either of us from each other.
Nick smiles.
If you have these feelings for Salazar, if you are asking if I will allow him into this horde of mine, as you see as the finger comes back up to your face, and he better be very careful.
I trust him.
And so shall I.
Nyx gives her a soft kiss.
She returns it.
No one could ever have my heart if it wasn't for you. Let me have a heart to begin with.
As you see as the hand, as it palms just where the heart would be, you can feel the heat just quicken a bit. And then there's just this fade into appreciation. That conversation will be made available a little later.
Yay! Happiness.
Probably another 15 minutes or something.
Yeah. Mirios.
Oh shit.
As you can see, just standing within the Black Archives, everyone kind of splitting off with their family and friends and beloveds. As you just see these two kind of just... one with this very blank face, and this other one who's obviously just an angry Acelsian man.
Mirios just pinches the bridge of her nose, just, ugh. I don't get your problem, but you. And she points at Sav. How are you alive?
I should ask you the same thing.
I'm the
Sorry.
mother of time magic, Sav. You know this.
I never assumed that you'd get to prolong your time.
I didn't either. Until I did.
I did die.
I know.
And then, I saved Citra. I took something in, something pitch and dark to keep it away from her, and then I was alive again.
Well, it's good to see a familiar face again. One that isn't going a little too crazy right now.
You see as Aor's eyes shift a bit. Mirios, if you knew that I died, what of... What of, our other companion?
What other companion? Aaron, I'm lost. Which one are we talking about? You kind of need to let me know these things.
The first Emperor of Yinnan. Falu.
It's been 6,000 years, so I'm assuming he's dead? Aaron? Me talking to you?
Oh, obviously.
Yeah, she's like, Sav, it's been years. I'm sorry. He's long past.
I know he would have passed, but was it good? Was it kind? Was it...
Aaron, I don't know if she had seen him or not.
If it's something that you don't know, you don't know.
Okay, I'm just asking if this information I should have known or not. That's the only thing.
No.
I just wanted to be sure, like, I don't see this in the script anywhere. No.
Yeah.
She just kind of shake her head and just... I don't know. Lumeria fell and Roya pushed me out before it did. I had been disconnected from people for years. Until,
So much of the world is different.
Very.
I mean, you got to see it all happen as it happened. I saw it through a blurry lens at first, and then I saw it all with my own eyes. The world has changed. We built monuments for ourselves back then, and then now those monuments have either begun to fade or changed dramatically.
Mm-hmm. Somehow the very same star we live on is alien to us. And once again, we're cleaning up the mess of the gods. You can hear the bit of ire in her tone for that one.
As Aor picks up, it isn't just the gods that we're cleaning up after.
She just kind of looks at him, because she's like, again, this is some rando human to her. She's like, there's probably a bit more that you don't know that I'm talking about. But sure.
He has been like this entire time. It is hard to glean anything.
Does she know who's in the book with him, by the way? Did she ever glean what that was?
In terms of
Considering that
like...
it admitted knowing who she was as she came into the world,
yes,
I guess.
You would detect that there is a presence in the book, however, it's hard to know who is in the book. Almost as if that there is a perception filter designed
Oh god, it's
to...
so Doctor Who kind of, yeah.
It
Yeah,
is to
no,
prevent
God, it's
people
frustrating.
from... It is to
Yeah.
prevent people from knowing.
Yeah, which is why, even though she doesn't have, like, pupils, you could swear she's squinting at him in some way. Just weird. He speaks with a lot of what sounds like knowing when he probably shouldn't, given his age. Or at least appearance of age.
Would it surprise you to know I'm older than I look?
For a human? Probably. You're clearly not a lich.
I would never stoop so low.
Poor Saviden. Don't shit on Saviden.
Well then, this place is quite curious, is it not? Yes. Imagine.
No, she's gonna say it's not a place she'd ever know it existed, so.
I mean, think about this. By the gods, who knows how long this has existed? But when Citra began her journey, who knew that a place like this is where all that information comes from? People and dangers and... Why? Why all of this?
You're asking me to ascertain the idea behind the person who made it I've never met. I have no idea. People of the star have sentience and a choice in their lives to make. Can't control it. It's chaos.
I suppose it is still me trying to make sense of things, especially given the state of the world in which I left and when I re-arrived.
You've changed quite a bit, but for the better, I think.
When I came back, not this time, but the last time, I experienced the world very differently. I experienced the world through someone else's eyes. Very rarely was I allowed to open mine, but when I did, I remember seeing everything was different and changed. I was seeing a world that I had contributed to, learning the things that were caused by me. I saw the failures of me as a sultan, and I was, for lack of a better term, disgusted.
I can't blame you. I didn't necessarily visit Thessalcian, but it was widely known.
All that anger I had. All that madness the way I chased out my friends. I had thousands of years to contemplate them. And to see the aftermath of my policy, my beliefs, my bloodline, my everything. Shame. Because without Citra, I would have never felt those things. I would have never realized how a kind soul can persevere and take so much. And deep down, I wanted to hide them from man. I wanted to protect them, and their pain turned into my anger. I realized how much my anger was also poisoning her as well. Like how my anger poisoned this world. So yes, you're right, a lot has changed. Such a short amount of time, I've gone from a mad sultan to a man. A man hoping to do better the second time around. Whether or not I am worthy, I want to do better.
If that is your choice, I think you will. I'm hoping I can do the same. I could have said so many things to Roya back then, and I didn't. I thought I was doing what was right. 6,000 years. Took me this long to see the wrong that we did. And now look at us. The dreadnought's hovering over us, and Roya is shattered in some way. And I'm being held hostage by what should be my friend.
See, as Aor kind of turns his eye. What would you say?
Yeah,
What
she
would you
literally
say?
just, like, looks at him. Is it Sava or is it Roya or Aor saying this?
Aor.
Yeah. She just looks at him confused. What do you mean?
What would you say
That-
the things that you didn't get to say?
The punishments were way too harsh, that maybe we should have listened to our people more. There are some that went way off the handle, without having to explain it to you. And she just kind of, remembering a few, specifically the one we all hate. I'll never forget Juno and her brother. They were monsters. But it's all entangled with what was left for Roya to do, his purpose for being created, and that being stripped away from him as well. And then there was just, I guess, a time where he was back, but I had no idea he was here, and I couldn't even help him then. I've been on this star the entire time. The only good I truly did was that I met Amsir. Basically helped him on his way to becoming the Endless God of Time. And the father of our child. So. Haley had every reason to be angry with me.
I guess... there was a choice to be better.
That's what I'm hoping to do. Hoping there's a way to snap him out of this. What he's doing is wrong. Subjugating the world to be all under his thumb while the Dreadnought still sits there, harming people. It's not the Roya I knew.
I think there's a reason why he never sought you out.
I'm gonna pause right here. Human, why would you know this?
Call it a hunch. I'm a smart guy.
She looks a little irritated. Also, is Salazar just hearing this conversation off to the side?
Yeah.
Don't mind me.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, we're just still in the room.
He's just standing there. He's got a scroll up to his face, but his ear is pinned
Right,
on that
Salazar
conversation.
does know that that is Roya, and he's just watching this horrific play out.
Don't mind me. Everybody's already run off with their loved ones and stuff, and as usual, all of my loved ones are dead.
Nyx is right down the hall.
I don't do that.
Not yet.
They're busy.
Sorry.
Tee.
She does look a little annoyed.
I'm a smart lad. I can assume people sometimes. It's not hard reading people. It's one of the very few talents I've learned to gather in these past few years.
No, but you still speak with like you know something, and that is irritating me.
Do you want to hear what I assume to be the truth, or do you just want to be irritated?
She just kind of like stares and then looks at Sav with like, what the fuck?
Sav, who is mildly irritated, also... That is actually quite a good question. Why would Roya not have sought you out? Especially the first time around.
I don't know. So, enlighten us.
Roya seems like a proud creature. So... he probably thinks that there was a danger to involving you. He saved you. Correct?
Yes.
Why would he want to risk saving you again? You are already well and safe.
Considering that he came back to a world with no one else. He knew I was alive.
It was probably because he didn't want to involve you. His crusade was with the gods. Anybody that would have been alive at the time, at least on his side, would have faced some kind of divine retribution. The only reason why the Lumerians that existed there today was simply because they were stored in stasis. They didn't
Except for the
have any...
Umbrians.
Oh, the Umbrians are a unique case. The Umbrians act independently. They're not really Lumerians, just born as.
They're Lumerians.
My point is, Roya didn't want to involve the people he cared about against his war with the gods. He would have rather risked putting it all on himself and facing the consequences than involve you. Had you stepped in, probably only would have made things worse.
I wouldn't know. I don't know what happened. All I know is that he was fragmented. And I guess put in the bottom of an abyss somewhere. And now he's back in some weird fragmented way.
There is somebody here that could tell you exactly what happened in the time that Roya was assaulting the star. As his eyes turns towards Canis, talking to his son.
I'm not sure he'd really rather talk about that.
That
Doesn't seem
depends
to
on how
wanna
badly you
talk
want
at
the
all.
information, then. See, as he stands up and begins to kind of just look around. Knowingly, I need to find the privy.
Okay. Then go.
As he just leaves.
She's just shaking her head at this man, like, what the hell?
What a bizarre way to end a conversation.
I require the
Salazar,
pretty.
Shit.
Goodbye.
Salazar and Canis can hear this conversation of Roya just not telling the two friends he had in his fucking life that he is Roya. Oh my god.
What a weenie.
He is being a weenie.
Runs in the
I gotta take
family.
a shit.
Yep.
Vomits blood. Ah, good.
Think I did it wrong.
I know what's wrong with it. It ain't got no
They got
gas
no
in
gas
it.
in it. Well then.
To be fair, she
As-
was going to try and talk to Canis, but, like, you know, people died and shit, so, like, things were a little tough.
As the hours pass, waiting in the arrival for Cotton, a patience here within the Black Archives just allows you all to reflect and gather. However, as the hours process, who knows what might arrive just yet. But for the time being, I think for all of us, this would be a good point to take a break.
I thought you were about to end the episode early with their tone. I was like, what the
No.
hell? Oh my god.
No!
Yes, a half-long episode.
I was like, are you feeling okay? Blink twice if you need help.
A special length episode.
Right?
It's
Rapidly
this is-
blink if you require assistance.
Anyways, with that being said, we're gonna take a quick 10-minute break, and then we will be right back. So, see you all then. Break time! we're back. Welcome back, everyone.
Well, I'm back.
Welcome back. Right. Well then.
This is just spill the tea episode, isn't it?
It's the RP episode, of course.
Pour the tea.
Here's the fucking tea.
I understood that reference.
Yeah, you're in it.
That's why I understood.
I had just very recently messaged Scott about that. Anyways, let us get into do rest of our session. As the hours process, you find yourselves meandering and looking and embracing. However, Salazar, as you find yourself reading through various particular documents, something does pop to mind. A very unique record. In fact, the unique information that is presented in one of these documentations is a progressive record of the events about 75 years, maybe 80, as some of this documentation goes into a weird shift of a particular area to the south of Al-Anon, that of Lobondel, as seemingly the record keeper is progressively making statements of everything is fine in Lobondel. Everything is fine in Lobondel.
Good for them.
But that's the thing. This was before the event. Some 20 years before what happened in Lobondel happened to you. Almost as if these records are denying the existence of this town in the state that it would have been in.
You mean it's basically trying to deny the existence of the Yuan-Ti?
No. Well, in a way, yes. Almost as if it was always fine.
In the way of, there is no war in Ba Sing Se.
Exactly.
Thank you, Edward.
Some further documentation as you look a little bit of time beforehand, apparently that there was a somewhat persevered effort in Wallenstein of a group of individuals that decided to come from the Underdark. These people, along with some malformed leader, traversed from this northern ridge south of Killismire and proceeded to the north, heading to Lobondel. And then shortly after, Lobondel was fine.
So, just to make sure I'm getting this straight, it doesn't mention the Yuan Ti by name.
It doesn't.
But this document says that a group of people arose from the Underdark, and then everything was normal in Lobondel.
Correct. This seemingly does correlate a bit with a bit of history. However, there might be a necessity for clarification. And there's only one man who truly knows all the more horrid details within this room. The head shifts over and still sees Canis speaking with his son. His knowledge of the event has never been really personally recorded, just the actions of heroes. Nobody knows the real details as to how Lobondel got the way it was. How history seemingly skipped over some 20-odd years of a prosperous trading post, prosperous trading town, with all the luxuries of the not too far distant ocean, a couple miles out. It would be irksome to have a lack of this kind of information in a weird way.
Salazar, I think, just stares at the paper for a few moments, then looks over his shoulder at Canis.
Canis still having a pleasant conversation with his son.
Oh,
You feel the
absolutely.
laser beams on his back.
Salazar's going to interrupt that.
Just
Yay!
just a delightful conversation about learning a little more about some of the magic and spells that he has been developing, and then just the interruption of Salazar as he steps forward.
You know, Salazar's got, like, papers in his hands and stuff. He's not really even making eye contact with either of them.
I have a question you might be able to tell me the answer to.
Oh? What do you need?
These documents talk about the history of Lobondel, city I'm sure you're quite familiar with. However, the timeline, the histories, and the vagueness of everything don't add up.
How so?
It says here that a group of people, probably my people, arose from the Underdark. And for 20 years Lobondel was fine.
And he just hands him the documentation.
Canis will just
You
look
and
that
I-
over.
You and I both know the validity of that statement.
Yes. Are you sure you want to hear about it?
He just folds his arms in front of his chest, staring expectantly.
Fair enough.
The other three in the room. Things just got really cold in this room.
I think I will find a fire to warm myself then. As you see as Sov stands up, avoiding the genocide talk.
She is a simulacrum. She's made out of snow.
Around 20 or so years before that event that happened is when your people did show up, yes. And it was quite similar to what happened to you when you were a child. At least to River's perspective. She was part of the... What was it, like a barony? Like a duchy? Like, I knew she was part of the noble family that was under it.
So Lowbondle was in terms, it was a very prosperous town. It had no ruler over it. It more or less like was controlled by the nobility of the Dust Lakes, who kept things organized and didn't spark any flames amongst those of their neighbors. It's just that trade stopped with them, people became confused, but then suddenly content.
So, River was a bearer of the Dragon Mark, and your people saw that as advantageous to bring Zahir back. So they attacked the town.
At least to full power.
Yeah. Essentially sacked the town trying to get to River. She barely escaped and had spent her youth and her early adult life in hiding. Again, similar to you. In that time, Zahir had powerful magics over all of Lobandor, making it so that no one could exactly see into what was happening there. Hence why in the records it says everything was fine. In order to break this enchantment over Lobandor, it required me and the rest of my party to gain a blessing from King Oberon himself in the Feywild. Does that help answer your question?
Yes, I suppose it does.
Salazar just looks a little lost.
Do you require anything else?
No. He just turns and walks.
And as you turn to walk and you find yourself leaving the records to the Magian as they go and put it back exactly where it was and how it was found. And kind of just slipping through the doors in the hallway, kind of just very lightly dressed in this beautiful, like, red silken robe. The hair kind of falled over. You see his fuchsia just, like, kind of, like, come here, Salazar.
Uh-oh.
He double takes for a second. He's like,
What?
oh, it's her. Oh, she's beckoning to me. So he's like a little confused, but he takes a step towards Fuchsia.
Worry not, darling.
How
This
may
is
I
not
help
for
you?
you. Worry not. This is not for you.
He shrugs.
This-
Meh.
I understand.
Nyx wants us to have a conversation. All of us.
He folds his arms in front of his chest and he raises a brow.
Very well. When will this conversation take place?
Right now, as you see as she just, like, moves right behind you.
Hi,
Don't worry,
Salazar.
I don't bite unless asked to. Or aggravated, but... Go on, go.
Salazar just rolls his eyes and proceeds into the room.
As her head kind of just slightly turns those glowing red eyes, staring at the rest of everyone within the Black Archives before she just... and makes her way back into her room. And Sav comes back. I found some firewood.
Located the Yule log.
Yeah, she just stays a little bit further away. She's not sure how well that would affect it being made of snow.
You'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
I'm assuming they are going to have that talk.
I don't know whose conversation's happening, what, you know, like,
Is
which
it
way
going to be
go.
a fade to black, or are we going to follow that?
As they fade into their room, Citra and Dagex, you find yourselves kind of just sitting on the edge of this very massive bed.
She's keeping his eyes on her so he doesn't feel awkward about the giant man painting.
Just, gods.
If it helps, I didn't want to. It just...
It is not, as you see, as it just grabs both of your hands. It's not a bad thing.
But gods generally, at least our recent gods, are generally separated from the star. And I don't want that. I don't know if things have changed since all this happened, but that's what we know.
I'm sure of a few things about this. This doesn't make things any more or less different between us. This doesn't change us. It just changes the places we have to be. If it comes to that.
I'm hoping it doesn't.
I'm hoping so too.
It's the only solution we had. Before we even left the Celsium, I had this person, I don't know what it is, calling me Mythos, and it was telling me things, and...
Sorry, Blue, you're talking to a sock.
It's literally, I'm in front of the mic, it's just Discord.
We know, just...
We're
It's alright.
just
telling you.
Everyone shame
Yeah.
Discord, shame Bell. No,
Shame!
yeah.
Shame!
She just something's been talking to me, and it led me straight to Elysium, and I reunited with Sav, and first it was just don't let the flame go out, and we were dealing with the Dreadnought and its blood infecting the worlds, like other realms are being affected by it, and just it was a whole mess, and I thought we were going to help the beings that were there to reignite this flame and don't let it go out, and then just she sent me in to deal with it, and I basically had to consume that light, and Sav took in the darkness. By the way, the man in the other room you saw next to me, that is Sov. Alive.
I was going to actually ask a bit about that later, but
yeah,
I think this takes a bit more of a prominent turn to conversation.
There's just so much going on, and I don't know when we're gonna get separated again, and I'm scared too. So it's all coming out. So far, it's me, Sov, Nyx, and Salazar. Every time this thing speaks to me, it points us in the right direction.
I don't know if this might have been a conversation with any of them, or if it's been a conversation at all. I do have a very important question about this, though.
Which is?
What do you want?
I just wanted to go home. I want the star to obviously continue going. If I didn't, I was too scared to know what would happen otherwise.
As you see, as he just presses the hands together and just who knows what might happen. There are no more gods, but mayhaps the Vithrum Vault might have an answer for us both. I do not feel that my mother would have left me with nothing. Just as the fingers kind of continue to fold, just keeping you close, keeping you grounded.
I don't want to lose you.
No. I promise you, you will not.
I trust your promises.
What's even more is that if it is true that you have the power of the gods, that you will have all that light, I will always make my way back to you somehow.
Nothing's gonna stop me from looking for you anyway. I think we're both a little too stubborn for that.
It's like you said. You're stuck with me.
Like glue. Mom is okay. For better or for worse, but her and the Sultan are in Zanzibar. And that's the last I heard so far.
Would you like me to check on you?
Everything in me wants to say yes to that, but I also don't want to let you go. I'm so scared too.
I can be here for you. I can do anything for you. There is very little between me and the rest of the world to stop me from coming back to you. you need me here or no, you can. I will.
Yeah. If anything, we still have to see what it is that we're doing here for, so... Everything's just play by ear. There's no plan. It's all chaos.
And let us fight against the chaos.
That's what we're trying to do.
Then let's just rest here for a bit. And then when we are called upon, we'll go.
I think I can actually attempt sleep this time.
I've missed you by my side.
And I've missed you.
As the two of you just lean back on this huge bed.
Yeah, they're like, Seacher's not that small, but damn.
It might be bigger than a king.
I've seen a
You
Viking
think a
king's
double?
bed.
You think a double California?
Or the Viking bed.
As
He's
Two
not
of
getting
you.
up at any point now. Like, she's glued to him right now. So,
oh yeah, just this hardened embrace. This passing of love. As the scene shifts away. As Nyx, as you are just definitely a little tired in the legs. You
Teehee.
find yourself also equally dressed in one of these very beautiful red robes. And the sound of a faint knock of the door. Love, are you proper?
Proper enough.
Okay, good, because Salazar's here.
immediate scrambling noises.
Well, not scramble, just like, I guess I should cover up a little bit more.
Yeah. As just a few more extra layers before, as the door opens. Come in, Doctor. As you
He steps in and he's like looking around, sees Nex also dressed in a red robe. He's just like,
Is this a cult?
Is this a medical emergency? Like, what is happening
is
here?
there a man? Is there a man locked in the wine cellar?
Listen, I understand that this is one of the very rare few times you are in a woman's room, so take it all in.
Be nice.
I'm not even sure what to say to that.
I thought I was being nice.
What do you want?
To talk. Sincerely.
Very well.
Things have been going pretty fast, but I have spoken with Fuchsia before this, and I didn't want to bring it up with you in case I... how do I put this? In case we didn't agree. But now I can.
sort of looks a bit confused.
He just kind of walks up and holds his hand. The other night, I did feel something. What I was testing the other day. And I want to see if you would be interested in me and you. And their tail kind of curls around their ankles, kind of like shy.
Salazar's, like, forgets to breathe for a second.
This is all a bit new to me.
I understand.
I have wondered often about my own feelings. Now that you bring them up like this, I'm forced to face them. You are closer to me than anyone ever has been. That scares me in a way. Everyone who has ever been close to me I have lost. I ache at feeling that again. I am scared.
Nix nods and takes his other hand as well. I don't think I'm gonna go anywhere anytime soon, but I understand your fear. And I understand that also this, like, gesturing to Fuchsia as well, might also be a little overwhelming. But
Certainly not what I was expecting walking into this room.
I'm sorry for that.
No, it's just... I don't think about these things.
Salazar.
Yes.
I am what I am. I know what my kind are. We don't do the love thing, usually. Usually we find a mate, have a clutch, and then we leave the children after they hatch. Do you want to know why everyone within the Black Archives is prompted to give it human form?
I hadn't given that much thought either. I assumed something to do with size. Or... This place was built by a dragon, so...
Because
I suppose I never much thought about it.
It is because Alois and all of his wisdom. Told us that the most important thing in this star are its mortals. Mortal men like you. Mortal women. Like all of our friends. Beings like Nyx. Even though we have wings to fly upon, we walk like men, so that we know how valuable the people we walk next to are. There's a reason why I don't terrorize towns or behave like the bestial nature of my brother. Because we have learned to long for something more than just a mate, a clutch of eggs, and to abandon children. And she steps closer and looking at the two of you. I longed for a meaning. I longed for love. I longed to share, to feel passion, to feel what mortals have in very, very short amounts of time. There is a part of me that did not trust you, Sansa. But that is because of my nature. But I walk as a mortal when I can, when I will. Because I want to understand. Because I want to know you and Nyx. I want to know all of them out there. I want to know it all. And you can blame Eloise for that. It is okay to be afraid. So often, you mortals are. But does it just not quicken your heart just a little bit? The excitement of it all.
He sort of just turns his head away, just a little embarrassed.
He has feels.
I knew it. It does, doesn't it? As you see, as the hand reaches out and just very lightly wants you to look at her.
Slowly turns his head back over.
It's okay, Salazar. Channel fear. Do not let it consume. That's all I have to say.
I suppose it's either this or we're all going to die anyway. I'm willing to learn.
Well, if you're going to ruin the mood...
I did mention I am not skilled at this.
Nyx laughs.
Hearing the raised voice from outside the room.
Fair.
What the fuck?
entirely fair.
Oh my god! I have not had much opportunity to live, only survive. Now that this scenario is in front of me, I don't know how to proceed. I don't know what to do.
I have plenty experience in that department, but one step at a time. We don't want to overwhelm him, Fuchsia.
Of course.
Down, Fuchsia.
Nix.
Hmm.
I have had a very hard life. But I think you are the best thing to ever happen to it.
Nyx blushes, and in that true color of blush where their changeling side shows, to show also that to Fuchsia as well, because Nyx can't do this on command, that this is a real feeling. Not just like a fleeting moment one. That little bit of sparkle of blues and starlight on their cheeks.
And then you can see as Fuchsia just seeing it. Now you understand why she is the jewel of my heart.
Nyx lets go of one of Salazar's hand and reaches out to hold Fuchsia's. It's like, Apologies, I'm also a very greedy person.
I don't know the words.
Take your time. And Nyx takes the hand and slowly pulls it up to their face and kisses the top of his hand. Seeing if he's comfortable with that.
He's not like pulling away or anything, but it does seem like he's getting a little bit overwhelmed. Like his eyes are like getting wet, threatening to spill over.
I'm probably gonna go for a walk with him. Gonna get a little bit more dressed first, but...
Fair enough. Take all the time you need.
Nyx does a little nod and at least puts on a less revealing robe, but still is wearing casual.
Yes.
Leaves the room.
Salazar follows, obviously.
Nyx is holding his hand as the... just for the moment, since they're in the hallway, like away from other people, and just goes the opposite direction of where those guys are in that circle room.
As such, as you just meander around the Black Archive's internals, Canis.
You.
As you sit and relax with your son as conversations proceed, and you see is the small pinprick eyes that just shift up towards you. What has... It's a difficult question to ask.
Take your time.
Why? There's a right way of saying this. Do you think Auntie River ever thought twice about the events in Lobondel? Obviously, the history you've told me is well and abridged, but looking
Doubtful.
at that man, really,
She was the child when everything happened to her. Unlike Salazar, she was lucky enough that she was able to find people who could help her fix it. What I'm scared of is if Salazar and her ever meet, or if we end up having to cross paths with her, which we undoubtedly will, since we will have to return to Lobondel eventually.
whose side do you think you'll take on that, Father?
Hard to say. In order to keep River from more than likely assaulting him outright, I'll be most likely standing between them. I understand everything that Salazar is feeling, but it's also hard to discredit what happened to River.
Have you talked to him about it?
Yet.
Have you talked to Salazar about it?
About needing to talk to River? About needing to return to Lobondel?
About what happened that night. About your role in it. Sure, there is an entire town, maybe even the entire country of Alanon, to thank you for putting an end to a betrayer god, but the aftermath of that action that follows, that's not something that foresight can provide. That's not something that we could have predicted. Nothing that you could have predicted. We were just told that there was an evil god ruining the lives of your friends, countrymen, and then you took care of it.
You did. That is a difficult time for me. I was barely a man when everything had happened. And I had simply stumbled upon River and everything that happened to her. But I knew I had to fix it. And beyond that, this betrayer god, Zahir, he decided to make it personal for me. I took it upon myself to help you out River, and Zahir threatened me directly, as the son of Bahamut. He didn't care that's who I was. He simply saw me as an obstacle, and River as a goal. And with all this, my mother died during it. That's why I didn't want you, your sister, or your brother involved in this.
As he kind of straightens himself up a bit. That is astoundingly the most you've ever actually told me. It's for your reasoning. I'll be honest, Father. Had it came time, I went to the academy, learned my skills, and began discovering who I was. Had I also stumbled upon some people whose lives were torn asunder and needed help, had it put my life in peril, and perhaps even risk a political or international turmoil. If what you tell me is true now, would you not have ever let me to do it then? Would you have kept me sheltered away from making those decisions?
I see what you're doing. No. I would have been proud of you if you had stood up like that. Beyond just this, however, there is one more important thing that me and the rest of my companions here are striving for. In order to stop Raya, the rest of us have to replace the gods.
That was a bit of a concern of mine.
I'm not sure how or when, but it will have to be soon that I inherit my birthright as Bahamut's successor.
No, it's kind of figured. Don't mean to lessen the efforts of your companions, but I still do believe you to be the strongest amongst them. You've led a kingdom to prosperity over the course of 50 years. You, along with Mother, have constructed a organization that spanned across continents in order to try and keep a tentative peace. And only very recently has that changed. You've done what most kings of yore have strove to throughout their lives in past ages, but now because everything has changed, or will change, I think we would be comfortable without me, Ellen, and Benedictus. I think we would be okay continuing what we have always done as your children. That is looking up to you. Striving to the good that you have done. Even having to take the most difficult of stances. Now, also with some hindsight.
I'm glad to hear it.
Then I hope whatever conversation you end up having with Mother about this is a little less tenuous, but the gods, I don't even know what the situation with her is going to be like. She looks so confident, walking into the unseelie forest, unabashed, unabated. Was Mother always like that?
She was good at putting up a front, yes.
Damn.
Oh, like he's not allowed to gossip about his family to the rest of his family.
Teacher's just happy you're talking to your kid. Holy shit.
Why the fuck are you in the background listening on us?
Do you see how big her ears are? Fuck off.
I see you there. I see you, bitch.
Don't call her a bitch, you're gonna get punched. Not by her, though.
Nobody notices the
Daggix.
halfling creeping behind the shelves.
It's not even just Daggix, it's also Sop.
Oh, yes, and the hobbits is.
No, Daggix is the one with the fast run. Sov is the one where it's just the Markiplier jump with the fist.
Yeah! No one's allowed to insult Citra, not on their watch.
Speaking of your mother, what she wouldn't give to have a place like this of her own.
Black Archives?
Yes.
By the gods, I would... I know, I would love to be here until every possible piece of information is just at the edges of my brain.
You do take after her more.
And Ellen takes more after you. However, as you see as he kind of goes under the robes and he pulls a small bag, and you see as he just pulls out with what looks like to be this long, lovely bottle with a couple of glasses. Mayhaps.
How was he
Not
hiding
as-
that without it making noise?
As
It's a secret.
Something, something, something magic.
it is a bag of holding.
Magic.
Ah, that makes sense.
Let us not celebrate, but rather, let us at least look ahead. As pours himself a drink, and then he pours you one, and then he drinks first, and pours himself another. Because, by the gods, I do not know what will happen at the end of all of this, but I just know that we really need some strong drinks for a while.
That we do. So how many
Boy.
people's ears perked up when they heard the from the
Just
cork?
Rolloy
Yeah.
just appears.
What's up?
Winry.
Yes.
Oh, fuck, are we drinking?
Winry, you hear the popping of a solid cork, and strangely, it is a very particular, familiar whiff.
She can smell it from there.
She's just sneaking around.
She's far off. She heard, but
Yeah.
It's really strong.
Special
It smells like
hobbits'
rubbing
senses.
alcohol.
It's vinegar.
This is a
Yummer.
particularly northern spirit that is very smooth to start, and then by the time it hits your stomach, you are feeling all the particular after effects that follow.
Oh, he snuck in the good stuff.
It
Ruby, do you want to
is. It is familiar because it is something that the northern tribe of your island loves to make.
Hey, wait a minute! Winry will just pop out and just arms akimbo, just like, wait a minute! I know that wine! How did you get that?
I got it off of a trader when I was making my way through Lycia Bay some few years ago. As he shows like the bottle is, while it's glass, it is old and etched and has been covered by like thick paper that has kind of just kept it safe. Yes, said it was some of the most rarest spirits that came out of the oceans some few thousand years ago, and I entertained the thought and, gave myself the opportunity to spend a bit of gold to get it. Not exactly sure where it initially came from. I spent years trying to, find it. And then, when the information came out about this hidden island of
Homegway?
Homegway, yes. You know of it?
Yes, I was born there. The island was isolated for many, many ages and wasn't even on the map.
That is fascinating.
When did you get the information?
Even Mirios is curious now as to how this happens.
Curios.
Well, it was particularly a heavyset trader.
God damn it. Continue, Aaron.
Yeah. The man was heavyset, and he prided himself on finding very rare antiquities throughout the years, of as far as he ever told me. And like I said, he found these offshore some few years ago. Said it was some of the best spirits that he had ever consumed, and assumed that it would be worth a lot of gold. So, looking at Canis, kind of a little ashamed by the price of gold that he had spent on it.
Would you mind if I saw the bottle real quick?
Of course.
And with that, Winry will study the label, make sure that she recognizes any names or recognizes the style of names if it was genuinely a Homegway product.
As far as what you would be able to tell, make me an investigation check.
Ooh, boy, the first roll of the whole game today. It's not very good. It's a 7.
People have been
7.
too busy having sex.
Yeah!
I mean,
Like Nex and Fuchsia, or Nex and Salazar.
Well, Salazar's not going to get that far. Not yet.
Not today.
so
I don't think he's up for that right now.
So, it is a uniquely distilled spirit that the northern tribe of Homegway, kind of the brother tribe to Winry's sister. Excuse me.
Winry doesn't
But
have a sister.
The glass bottle does seem like it was particularly made with a lot of the, the silicon and sand that you would find in Hongwei, given its coloration, its construction, as well as what looks like to be this slightly just melted insignia that had long since fallen off. There, what would have been like a crest on the bottle just disappeared some time ago. The smell of the spirits is that of the particular herbs and certain spices that would only be available within Hongwei. But the papering looks like it was artificially weathered, almost as if to kind of raise its price. It's the genuine article, but it was fancied up in order to make it seem like it was worth more.
Well, I can certainly say that the bottle itself might be of the correct age. But I don't know what you paid. I don't think it was worth it for this papering. But I will say it was very good stuff. Talion, was it?
Yes.
This does come from Hongwei. This comes from the northern tribe. I don't know how old it is exactly. If you said it was years back, then likely this was an old bottle that was just lost in some whatever accident, but...
I know Miras isn't a time god, but, could she tell how old this actually is?
By its age, it's probably been a couple 100 years. Almost as far as, what you can detect. By its feel, it's definitely been weathered by the ocean, almost as if salt water had definitely, given way to the glass a little bit for a while. But
yeah,
if this was a part of a small shipment, it could have been something to do with the northern tribe attempting to leave the island or something.
Yeah.
So,
if she could overhear them trying to figure out how old it is, that would pique her interest, at least help them out, just kind of look it over. Again, if you're near her, you hear ticking of clocks, so it's like, no, it's genuinely a few hundred years old.
Okay.
That's why it's so well aged.
Well, I can't speak to what the northern tribe has been up to. That's not the tribe of my birth, but I might need to look into their particular history next time I visit Hongwei, because this really only should have been found by pure accident. And nobody should have known of Hongwei's existence. The fact that the trader you talked to knew about it has me very, very wary.
Well, he did say he found it in a lost shipment, or something of the sort.
Okay.
So,
How did the shipment get out there now? I'm going to have to do some looking up on this. I don't think there's anything here, despite the vast collection. Hongwei's kind of a mystery, and it was for many, many years.
and it still might be. However,
I hope so. It's been 3 months since I was last there.
As you see, as Rudy kind of also takes the bottle and gives it a sniff. However, it might be a really nice drink to have.
Oh, by all means,
Yes.
it's a fabulous drink. It's fantastic. I'm just suspicious how the heck he got a hold of it.
As you can see, as Tally is just all like, "Be very careful with the bottle," and just like ah.
Oh, if you want another one, I can just go home and grab one. It's no problem.
But it's so well aged.
You're speaking to someone from the island directly.
I suppose so.
She's just like, common sense, here you go.
Tell you what, we'll be very careful with this bottle.
Let
could
them
probably get
And
it
we'll
for cheaper
figure out
from
what's
here.
going on with the Northern Tribe, because you probably got ripped off, and we could get you something much cheaper from the source.
I'll hold you to
Still
that.
let them drink it.
Just be sure to save some, because
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure those folks down the hall would be interested in a sip.
I only brought 2 cups.
Mirios would just kind of understand that this is Canis' son, and she's like, I also want to apologize to you about your brother. That was my fault.
And this is where we
That's-
pour our drinks and step aside.
It's you two, it's you and Rudy just like both like do the halfling thing of just like giving yourself your own drinks and then leaving.
And then like
I'm pretty
leave.
sure Winry's got a couple cups in her bag of holding.
The Irish goodbye.
Yeah.
The Irish exit.
Yeah.
Just leave.
Take your booze and leave. As you see as Talion looks over. Ah, so that was your handiwork.
Yes, and it was me that told your father about how to fix it. Was not something I wanted to do. But it's not permanent.
Seems like we're all in a bit of a pickle, aren't we?
It would have seemed so. Given that this all started with us in the first place. My name is Mirios. I was Roya's advisor and friend.
I am Talion Matilis. I guess former prince now.
Only if you let it be.
Well, it's something that I suppose father had impressed upon both me and Owen, is to not let titles get in the way of genuine friendship.
That is a fair statement.
Kind of shakes your hand.
Yeah.
You can see those pinprick eyes suddenly start inspecting the entirety of Mirios' form.
I am not really here, unfortunately. I am held captive.
Back off, floozy.
Connor, you could have killed me, I swear.
Oh, what are these days?
I
One of
have...
these days, Connor's gonna say something and he's going to die after this.
Stop, I need to survive this, okay?
Right. I guess now we just continue to wait. But,
What?
I'm now vastly interested. Father, you have surrounded yourself with some of the most interesting people in all of Erziheimel, as you continue to do.
It does tend to happen. And takes a drink.
If only I could.
Like
She's
I
not
said,
there.
it is super mellow to start, Canis, and then by the time it hits your stomach, it all comes rushing
fire.
back.
It is fire in the belly.
Make a con
What's
save.
that?
Great.
Not yet.
It finishes the drink, it takes a nap.
The halflings
Doesn't move. It's just there.
Sure.
It's like the second Avengers movie when Thor breaks out the Asgard.
halflings
We've been around for a long time, Sonny. I think we know how to drink. 2 seconds later.
Excelsior!
Oh god. Mirios was just, she feels super awkward trying to interrupt their conversation, but like what Aor had said didn't strike a chord with her, even though she will not admit it to this strange human. I've been meaning to ask you, Canis, if you don't mind, seeing as you did run in with Roya later on.
Yes.
Can you explain to me what happened? Because I am still baffled by how a friend of mine would come back after Lumeria fell and never once reached out until this madness.
Unsure if I'm the best person to give any kind of sentiment towards Roya.
I'm not asking for sentiment. Just the truth.
Ever since I met him, he has wanted to kill me. I was unsure as to why, but that feeling of his stayed up until the moment that I watched him die. And after he came back and kicked me out of my own home, it was still there. And he delighted in it. Whatever you used to know about that man is gone, changed, or otherwise twisted.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. He went after the gods, and then I guess his stint with you, and now this. There are missing pieces. I'm not saying anything to defend the actions that have already been taken. I'm very well aware I'm also one of those bad people. But gathering that information makes things a little bit easier for what might be coming our way.
I'm aware. And though it pains me to say it, since I truly wish for him to be dead and gone again. But our best chance for saving Erzioheim relies on him staying alive. And if I need to use his limp, unconscious body to beat the Dreadnought to death myself, I will.
There's a slight blink, like that is an interesting way of putting it.
And a very distant "hear, hear" from Wenry.
I would be lying if there was a part of me that, hoping we can piece back together the Roya that was. But at the end of the day, making sure the star survives is the bigger goal, personal issues aside. Amsir sent me this way to find Dante, and I'm guessing since now that Dante's back there, my path is following you guys for now. So I will do what I can to help, being in two places at once.
Darling, there is more than you might realize.
It's just, what?
Almost as if no one would have seen it coming. The figure of this very tall man. For a good chunk of you, this is the first time meeting him. However, Winry, you have met this man before, just kind of levitating, the sound of slow ticking clocks, the mantle of these counterweights of grandfather clocks, this rounded hat along with the slight curls, as well as the goatee with the twists at the end, and the eyes.
Screw propriety. She's going to drop her cup and just be like, Amsir!
You will not get in the way of Mirios. Even this is not really her. She's like, hold that thought.
I don't plan to be in her way. Just
Good.
Calmly now, I am only here for a moment, considering the fact that I have never been allowed in here, but given the, circumstances, you are here for a reason. You are here for a reason. Beyond those doors is a place that I cannot see past nor be. As he points all the way towards the back, those two tall doors, God knows where they go. Nobody has ever come in or out of them. In there is fate itself. Curious, isn't
It is.
But I always wondered what it would be like if you were there. The one who very much found the strings of fate and time. Well, as I cannot go, I always felt you could.
At least I'll try to. I'm not really here.
And you see his just leans down and reaches for the hands.
Yep. She'd place her hands in his. She is so small compared to him, and it's funny.
Gabby is fine. Safe and protected within my domain.
You would see a ton of relief hit her, just kind of like. It just washes off, like, oh, thank God.
However, I cannot say the same for Windia, our home. It has been revealed to the world and it slowly descends closer. By a year's time, it will have fallen back into the oceans. I intend to try and keep it afloat. My power prevents me from doing so. You are here not just only for that, because I want you to know that I am okay. Our child is okay.
It makes everything seem much easier hearing that from you. You can also thank Beltania for helping me get out of there. In a way.
Delightful old friend she is she not?
Absolutely.
As you see as his head finally turns away from Mirios. Much apologies to all of you. I truly wish I had more time.
It does make Mirios laugh too, because it just never ends.
But I do not wish to be chased out of here by great dragons that could very well eliminate me.
Do you want me to pass on any messages to Rolai? I'm pretty sure he'd like to hear from you.
I speak to Roloi all the time.
Of course
Do now.
you do. When our backs are turned and I'm not there.
He throws me a lot.
He's just there now.
Well then,
Major image vanish.
onward and forward as time ticks on. My love.
Stay safe, or I'll kick your ass myself.
Ah, the very same words you told me those years ago. Yes. You see as the head dips just a bit before you see, almost as if watching several fragments of this being just spread out and dissipate into the ether.
Canis' son just standing there like, what the fuck?
Talion, that was the endless god of time, Amsir. He's a friend.
Right. I've been meaning to tell you, that is my husband, and I am the mother of time magic.
Yep, what she said.
Takes another drink.
Hey, don't drink that stuff too fast. You'll be on the floor in a minute.
You might want to actually not do... Okay, well, you're gonna be entering that room soon. Okay. Easy. Pat, pat.
Canis, be ready to catch him.
All right.
That stuff is very strong.
I will sit here.
Do you not know what people you're sitting with in these rooms?
I feel enlightened by doing so.
Like that over there is Sav, the first Sultan of Excelsior.
Hello. That I was aware of.
Well, you might want to prepare yourself. There's probably going to be a ton of information that's going to probably send your mind reeling today.
So no more drinks or you're going to forget all that information.
Keep that in mind.
As you said, I have interesting company.
Yes, you do, Father. Very so.
It is interesting meeting the brother of my friend all these years later.
As the final hours tick on, after rest and after some meandering, rambling, gathering of information, time with love and time with new love. The sound of the doors of the sapphire seat open as the heavy procession of footfalls of a cotton as she is walking through the halls alongside Bertram as he is quickly aware of the pressing matters.
We're a little late, but I think we'll be fine.
A little? Cotton, we've been waiting hours for you.
I'm a mother, and we've got a lot of things going on.
Trying to hide away young Zara has turned into a bit more of a complicated situation.
Yeah, I imagine she doesn't want to be put away somewhere.
No.
I tried to convince Miss Cotton that Volflora might be a viable option. Unfortunately, there are matters there that might have made things uncomfortable.
I told you, with the Titan in the water, I don't want her down here.
Of course. But she is safe now. And
Good. Otherwise, I would be very upset. And I would not want to pass that news on to Holly, who is currently in the Thalia Cliffs, if you ever want to stop by and pay her a visit, Cotton.
She's okay.
She's okay.
Thank you. I'm sure she'll break into my house at some point.
Yeah.
She does it a lot.
Yeah, she probably will. She knows where to find you.
That's it. Should I call the other members of the Black Archive so that we may organize ourselves?
It's about time, yes.
Very well. As you see as he goes and he reaches into his jacket pocket, and inside with what looks like to be this very small bell as he just ding ding ding. And as such, first Fuchsia arrives, just who was first in robes and then noticing how official things got, and she just snaps and all the clothes transfer into armaments and the hair is kind of pushed back. Sorry, I just needed to relieve some stress.
Yeah, I get it. It's good to see you.
Rant.
Auntie.
And then you see as Carmilla, she just walks out with just this powerful walk every step as the heels clatter upon the stonework. Just this presence as looking at all of you. Then I believe it is finally time to have a proper discussion.
Certainly is.
Things are about to become very interesting for the Black Archives indeed. Next to arrive is Igdemus. As you see, he is half awake and he's kind of just slogging out of his section.
She just hands him a vial of what's basically on-the-go coffee. Here you go.
It won't do much, but I suppose...
It helps in the moment.
To awaken me after I tried to start sleeping for 1,000 years. By the gods. Must you need me
the
so
world's
greatly?
ending.
I would have done so in a peaceful rest. I suppose, though. It's kind of just... And you hear another pair of doors as they open. A particular individual, as he comes walking heavily armored and very much the figure of a heroic and over-the-top badass, just in this pure shining white armor, and as well as this this pushed back white hair. The arrival of Arthas Agate has arrived. I have not been called upon in so long. What is the occasion?
The end of the world.
Well, I already knew that, but this is why I'm out fighting amongst my fellow man. And who are all these wonderful individuals?
It'll take a long time to introduce everyone. It may be best to wait until everybody's here, so we can do it at one time.
Of course. Well, then, I truly look forward to making some Luca Patriots.
God, he's
I got
over
a
the
quick
top.
question here, Aaron. Was this the white figure that we had met back in Cotton's house once upon a time?
Yes.
Yes. That's him.
So Wenry would recognize his face, but probably would have never gotten to know his name.
That was when this tea was spilled about her dad fucking around with her science and ending her up as way she was.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Wenry recognizes his face, but we'll learn his name later.
And also with the arrival of Cotton came along Bertrand Barrow. As all the members of the Black Archives are here, as a call for everyone in their separate spaces and rooms, as all of you begin to coalesce here back within the center of the Black Archives.
I imagine Nyx and Salazar had a deep heart-to-heart talk.
Yeah. Salazar's eyes are probably pretty red.
Yeah.
Cotton would raise a brow but not say anything. Poor guy.
Nyx is not like wearing anything risque, but they're still they're just wearing casual clothes. But they are not holding Salazar's hand unless Salazar wants to hold it. But imagining that they are both private people.
Yeah, he's got his arms crossed in front of his chest like usual.
Yeah, Cotton seeing Canis.
Trying to pretend like nothing happened.
Cotton seeing Canis' son, and Dagix all in this room, just like, I would not have put money on this one.
No,
Neither would I, Cotton, but it is what it is.
Did you enjoy the snack that was made by my husband when you woke up?
I did. Actually.
Good.
Yeah. And no hard feelings.
Yeah, what's a little murder, right? She's not necessarily particularly angry at him, but it's like, you did try to do that. Like, you did try to murder me.
As you hear as Bertrand just... No. The Sapphire Seat speaks as matters must be attended to. Lady Cotton, I believe that these compatriots here are here for a particular reason. Are they not?
They are. A long overdue plan made by my father. To no one's surprise. It's like, she knows how her father could be to everybody, either good or bad or what have you, but it's like, everyone understands that everything generally leads back to him. Aaron, I'm not entirely sure if I remember what he said for her. It's been a hot minute since Santide.
That a group of individuals will come here one day, and they will need to see it beyond those doors.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, she just kind of looking at everybody, just kind of shocked that she's even here. She's not sitting in his chair, it just feels wrong. It's gonna sound very ambiguous, but I was told by my father that a group of people would come to me, and I'd be taking them behind those doors behind us over there to meet it. And before you ask what it is and anything else, it will be very clear once we go beyond those doors. You may have a lot of hang-ups over my father, but at the very end of the day, he fought for this star to continue on. Even if it meant breaking some of your laws. And she's like eyeballing Daggix and Canis a little bit. She looks a little sad for a minute, because it's like, it doesn't feel right to her. If you're here, that means you're people he trusted. People that he expected great things from. And with that, you basically carry the hopes of continuing this star's existence. No pressure, right?
No, none. None whatsoever.
Nothing I'm not used to already.
Always has been.
She'd look at Camilla, just, is there anything else that I need to do? Any protocols I might be missing? I didn't exactly expect to be stepping into the family business this soon.
It is left to your decision as to who amongst these individuals may pass through those doors. But for us, then the members of the Black Archives, we are well and aware as to what it is, and therefore we elect ourselves to remain outside those doors, as we always have.
Okay. I just don't want to screw up day one. There's really not much else to say until we go beyond those doors, so if you would. And she'll point out to Salazar, Nyx, Canis. She'd be a little odd seeing Aor and Sav and Mirios, but it's just, she gets this feeling that these are the people, even though there wasn't no actual names given. just that she'd know. She's like, so, the group of you that are here, you're coming with me.
Do we need to do announcements?
If you'd like to introduce yourselves to the rest of the archives.
Getting a lot of stares.
I suppose to save time, we can just summarize and say we all did something.
Yeah.
Yeah, she'd see
Thank
Citra
you,
going,
Connor.
oh, you're the one he felt bad over. And she's like, what? I'm like, he made you cry. It really did affect him. She's like, oh.
As the lot of you, those who are invited, Salazar, Citra, Canis, Arya, Nyx, Winry, Aeor, Sov, Urios, Dagex,
And Rudy.
And Rudy.
and Rudy.
And Peggy.
Yes.
Sorry.
As you are all led down this long hall, as you begin to step closer towards these doors, you can see those left behind are just staring and watching with bated breath. As you do get close, you feel almost as if time begins to slow. As if everything begins to almost move as a slur. Just this melding of vision before finally stepping at the door. And as Cotton, as you grab both of the handles and you push. You hear sounds of whispers. As if thousands of voices, as if it's coalescent of time, as all of you see as the doors open, it reveals this room of varying crystal forms that are prismatic and glorious. This separation, as you step in, time itself almost as if pausing just beyond its barrier, the threshold of the door. And even though there's no windows, no way for light to be in here, it is bright, and it almost dulls the senses a bit. As a lot of you process forward, reaching towards the center of this massive room, and you can see your own reflections in these massive crystals as they deform and elongate and stretch and compress. There is this prominent figure in the center. This huge and ancient being, probably greater than, as it is encased in crystal and time. The very figure, often reminiscent of those of dragons, except you can see the convergence from top to bottom as it almost stands over this massive hourglass You can feel time here. You can feel fate here. Web before and after this prominent and beautiful creature. Before you stands a time dragon.
I think Mirios is just kind of actually flabbergasted for the first time in a billion fucking years. Cotton will have the doors closed behind them and just... Welcome to the Inner Sanctum.
Nyx is looking around.
Yeah. Cotton staring straight back at the time dragon, just like, this is... I hope this is right.
Kind of concerned, but still in awe. Nyx reaches and holds Fuchsia's hand, but the tail actually is still.
Fuchsia is
around
not here.
Salazar.
No, Fuchsia does not come in here. No.
Ah.
Nope. Fuchsia's back there.
None of the members of the Black Archives have entered here, with the exception of Cotton.
Gotcha.
Cotton was left this as a... What do you call it? I don't know what is that he called it again. Like,
A liaison? A
What is-
chaperone?
No, he had a word for it. I forgot what it was. Because she was like, am I really just a messenger? He's like, that's not
A
it.
gopher?
You're taking his place. That's
It is his legacy.
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't figure out words. You all wanted to know how he did it, right?
Well, it sure explains how he seemed to know everything right away as soon as it happened.
Well, this was the one who spoke to him. And Cetra's just, like, one in shock, but also, oh my god, pretty. She's simple.
Does the dragon look in pain, or does it look just stoic? Like, Nyx is examining it, it's just like it looks hardened, and like wondering if it feels trapped, or what have you.
It looks proud and stoic, and there is obviously this ambience and this environmental effect that comes along with this creature. There's just... It's just that it doesn't move.
Was Cotton told to do something specific, or...?
Apparently, something will happen. It is yet to do so.
Does Mirios feel any different, given that time already moves different for her?
It feels like time just explodes from here. It is everything and nothing. It is everywhere and nowhere. This is its domain. This is a creature that exists out of the necessity of the star. The star needs time, all do. For a being to be this is probably its only one and will only ever need.
Is there anything for Cotton to, like, do or approach? Because, like, she brought the group here, and she's trying to think of what to do.
Nyx is
Just
looking
lock us in the
around.
room.
I mean, we're not locked in here, but the doors are closed.
Teehee.
Yeah. You gotta lock them.
Seeing if there's any, basically, probably cast like see invisibility to see if there's like anything in the ethereal plane that can't be seen with mortal eyes, kind of thing.
This doesn't at all look like the thing that Cetra's been
As-
seeing in her sleep, right?
No.
Oh, okay, thank God.
However, in terms of Nyx, as you look into the Ethereum, you see almost swirling around this massive figure are these spirits and beings that are drawn to this creature naturally. It is almost as if every thread and span of time comes through these creatures and speaks to this being. The voices that you hear just whispering in your ears are also these creatures. They speak of knowledge and information. What could be, what won't be, what may be, what should have been.
Cottonwood.
Nyx reaches out to try to touch one of these threads.
As you do, you grasp and it fades through your fingers, but you hear ever loudly the voices of a future. You see several eyes, a burning city, a man surrounded by ash, the loss of a life, a prince hidden. And then you have to let go because just this knowledge should not be known. This is not something that should be foretold. This is not something that mortals should have possession of.
Cotton, I guess, would approach it as where her dad stood before and just... This is the group of people. And they are here. What do we do?
Canis.
Yeah.
As you find yourself just in the whirl of all this madness, excuse me? As you hear the whispers, something cuts through. Dragon King.
Can you tell where that came from?
No. Just entered your mind. And Winry,
Yeah.
you hear Storm Sovereign.
At that, she will probably just glance around, just trying to find a source, but obviously she won't see one.
Nyx,
Hmm.
in your mind, nature's heart.
Kind of straightens up just a little bit.
Citra, in your mind, as this rumbling they lie.
Who? What? Lies?
Salazar,
That's me.
you will hear burning.
Sort of looks to side to side.
Burning.
In Arya's mind, she hears amphitheater. And as the voices continue to whir, all of you collectively within the main party, Salazar, Citra, Canis, Arya, Nyx, and Winter, Lunarscape.
The moon again?
Another word as it proceeds forward. Fine. Sapphire King.
He's alive?
Salazar's eyes sort of go to the
Con-
floor.
Khan's watching the group confused. Because I don't think she hears this, does she?
She does not.
That's just cruel.
He is not alive. Not yet.
What do you mean by yet, Salazar?
He turns to the others. There is a secret I've been keeping from you all.
And with that, we're going to go ahead and end today's session.
Mic drop. Boop.
You are perfectly timed, by the way.
Spectacular.
Alrighty. So with that, sorry. All right. So with that, we are going to go ahead and wrap up there. Jump onto some quick announcements, and then we have some interesting stuff to get into for next week.
Yeah, we do.
Forward to it.
Moon's haunted.
So with that,
Off to the moon again.
we're gonna go ahead and jump onto some relatively quick announcements, and then we will head on off. So, first and foremost, I'm going to be pulling out a very interesting miniature for next week. But
Hanging on to that for a while, haven't you?
yeah. So as for me, I don't really have too much to announce for right now, given that we are a couple of weeks ahead. It's just that I'm in the final processes of getting some work done, as well as collecting some lines from various people for some projects that I have been waiting on. But in due time, I will be announcing some more stuff, but for right now, I've just been hanging out with friends, working on D6, as well as playing some Monster Hunter with everybody. So it's been a lot of fun just getting that done. And also, I've been doing some writing for the book, which hopefully might finally be wrapping up our first major part for it very soon. We'll see. But that being said, I don't really have too much else to announce, so with that, I'm going to leave it to Connor.
That's me.
It's you.
They can find me on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Tumblr, Blue Sky, @DistortionDevil. You can find all my TTRPG content over at youtube.com/devilsanddicerolls and patreon.com/devilsanddicerolls if you feel like supporting and maybe gaining some benefits for your support. First actual bit of content is in the recording process, so
Woo!
won't be long now until we have some actual YouTubed videos.
Let's go.
Fresh off the presses.
Hooray!
That's about it for right now, so I'll kick it over to Blue.
Thanks. Hi, it's me. It's Blue Kazanate. It's the first episode that features not like having your heart shattered to a million pieces. How about that? Anyways, you can generally find me either hiding out in my friend streams, whether it be Aaron, Connor, even Ray every now and again when she decides to stream.
I finally decide to stream, yeah.
Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Monster Hunter Wilds with friends. My thumb fucking hurts from last night. But otherwise, I've been doing a lot of work. I have confirmation on other guest players, and I'm working on that now too. So yay! Other than that, you'll find me posting either on Twitch, or well, doing it live on Twitch. But Blue Sky and Tumblr are my main sources of artwork now, and yeah, other things I can't say. NDA, haha. So Mal, your turn.
Hi, you can find my Twitch, Twitter, and Blue Sky at Sir Malervik, where I occasionally post content. But besides that, you can normally catch me on my friends' streams. I don't really have anything else to really talk about, so off to you, Ray.
Yes. Hi, I'm Ray, also known as Key Inc. or Keyligraphy Inc. on various platforms, including Blue Sky, Tumblr, trying to get back on Tumblr. Occasionally I stream, like, out of the blue and stuff like that. But mostly I just hang out with other people's channels. I've been playing a lot of Monster Hunter Wilds, as well as Space Station 14. That's been very fun. But yeah, I'm going to pass it on to Kendra.
Hi everybody, I'm Kendra. Transient Day on Tumblr and Blue Sky. It's hard being the DM's roommate because I know a few things and I can't say anything about it.
Like the airless situation?
Yeah, like the airless situation, and also the upcoming situation, and who else is going to be here soon.
I know that stuff at least, so shush.
You know that, but I'm not going to say anything further. I may pop in streams, I may not, who knows? I've been enjoying playing games and such recently, so who knows, maybe I'll do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And because Tara's not here, you can find Tara at Tara Corbin VO. Go find her. Go shopping. Shoot.
Alrighty. Well then, that being said, nothing else pressing?
Aside from subscribe and also gamer subs. Dur.
Like, subscribe, share with your friends, share with your enemies.
Share with your frenemies.
There you go.
Alright, well then, nothing else pressing. Thank you all so very much for watching. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. We hope you stay safe out there. And, as always, see you next Sunday. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.